Good morning.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Miss Robin, that is the cutest background I have seen on Zoom, like, ever.
Good morning, guys. We've got a few more joining. Let me see. Okay. We may have a few more drag in, but we'll go ahead and get started. Just a second. Got several tabs up. Make sure I unmute. Yes. Okay. All right. I am Christy Walker. I'll introduce myself a little more in just a second, but I will be leading this workshop. We did this workshop earlier in the summer. I think it was June 15th, and I've changed it from there. I try to condense everything a little bit better so we wouldn't be going back and forth to all the URL links that we did in the other workshop. So hopefully you can find something that you can use for this upcoming school year. Admit. A little bit about myself. Hold on, I decided to do this. Let me add a few more people in here. If you happen to get kicked out, just join back and I'll admit you. We had lots of that last time. It's Wi-Fi issues. Oops. All right, so just a few of you I know, but for those who don't know me, I am Christy Walker. I've been doing workshops with the Mississippi Council on Economic Education for a little more than 10 years. I graduated, by the way, this is the PowerPoint I use on back to school night. So from Eupora High School, that's where I grew up, actually in the backwoods of Webster County. Went to state and started teaching in the year 2000, finished my master's at Belhaven, and then this past year in 2020, finished my educational leadership degree from Belhaven as well. I'm about to start actually my 22nd year. I need to update. Just finished my 21st year of teaching. My first 6 years was at Northwest Lincoln High School, and then 5 years at Madison Central, and then I've been at Germantown since the doors opened. So we're about to start our 11th year at Germantown. These are some ideas for y'all as well. If you know anybody, spread the word. A really good, if you ever have time, to institute that you can do in Washington, D.C., the Street Law Supreme Court Institute. There are some really good court cases that tie into economics as well with trademark. If you teach entrepreneurship, I know there's lots of trademark Supreme Court cases, but this is a great one if you wanted to get on their website. They have really good materials as well. If you ever have a chance to go to Jacob Clifford's AP Econ workshop, I would suggest that you do that. Even if you don't teach AP Econ, if you just teach regular econ or whatever, if you can convince your school to send you to one of his workshops, they're incredible. Also, I would encourage you to look into Mount Vernon's Teacher Institute as well. This fall, they're actually starting back face-to-face workshops. They've been virtual for about a year. It's a really, really good institute, K through 12. They have stuff for everyone. If you teach entrepreneurship, business, they have institutes just covering that. They have government. They have all kinds of different areas. So it's just not government or history teachers. So even if you're elementary teacher or whatever, they I would strongly encourage you to try those out. And then for 2 years, I was an AP macro reader, once in Cincinnati, and then I did virtual last year. Well, this is my family, but you may hear me talk about Maddie, Mary, Tristan, but I have one that's about to be in high school with me, which would be weird, in a 5th grader. And of course, we're always busy with our dogs, cats, and lots of ducks and chickens outside. But that's a little bit about myself. Let me stop share. I'm gonna go back to the screen. What this workshop, when Selena asked me to do this workshop a while back, there are a group of lessons, and I'm going to show you where you can find these lessons on the Council on Economic Education's website. Let me make sure. Okay. And what this website isn't is a debate on public policy. It's not really geared towards what people think should be done, or whose public policy ideas are better. What it looks at are the economics behind public policy decisions. And so naturally the national debt and things like that. And it's to teach students how to critically think about some of these short-term benefits versus the long-term costs. I chose only 3 lessons that the National Council has created, but there are a lot more. So I will be showing you how to access those as well. All right, so here's the change that I've made. Instead of doing all kinds of different, let me admit some more people, websites, I put everything in one Nearpod. And if you've never used Nearpod, I have become a little obsessed with it. I created an account last year, but just did not have time to figure out how to use it. And then as I was working with Brandon Bolin with the MTE course, if any of you are in that MTE course, you know that a lot of that stuff is done through Nearpod. I worked through it and saw some of the things he did and decided this is what I'm going to do for this workshop. I think it's going to be a lot easier. Also, I've taken the lesson plans and adapted them for Nearpod. So it's not necessarily passing out all these papers or sending you to these links. I've also edited some of the activities, hopefully to give you some ideas of how you can do it in your class as well. All right, and let me just a second. Okay. Also, one thing, when the presentation starts and you need, like if you need to get my attention through chat, it's not easy for me to stop the presentation and then it's really like I have to stop and then search the chat. And so if it's like an emergency, if I accidentally mute myself, and just please feel free to unmute yourself and say, whoa, Christy, or something like that, because that was a little issue. We did Teams, Microsoft Teams in Madison County. So I'm used to Teams and not Zoom. I know every school did things differently. So hopefully doing the Nearpod will work a lot better. You will need some paper and a pen or pencil. So if you need to go get some paper or pen and pencil real quick, go do that, because there are a few things I just want you to jot down, which will be easier on your part, so we don't have to, again, go back and forth. Okay. So I'm going to give you the Nearpod code. I'll put it in the chat feature as well. So if you go to join, here, I'll type it up, Nearpod, I think that's it, .com. Yeah. Okay, so I'm frozen. I am upstairs too, which I'm by my Wi-Fi box. So it could be because I'm in a different location. If you can at least hear me, I think we may be good because we're about to just go directly into the Nearpod lesson.
Shit, where did it go? You're not muted. Yeah, you can't mute yours. I know, but it's went away somewhere.
See if I have any more coming in. Okay, audio's on. And I'll give y'all some time to join. All of our work will be done through the Nearpod. For the code, you go to, let me go to the website. There should be a little box where it says the teacher will give you a code to join the lesson. Let me make sure. I went to join.nearpod.com and then it pops up. Let's see. Oops. I'm just going to see if I could enter a screenshot.
I'm sorry, but do you want us to go to Nearpod now?
Yes, if you can.
So do I just minimize your screen and go to that screen?
That's fine. That's fine.
Thanks.
Let's see. Oh, and one more thing, all the work that we do when we, if I like ask you a question on Nearpod, I have hidden the names. If you've never used Nearpod, you can hide the names, but you can see what everybody said, but you don't have to worry about people thinking like, oh my gosh, that's came from me. You can download reports that will have comments and stuff with the name. So as a teacher, you can print out that documentation. But as in the classroom discussion, you can do different things and hide the participants, like your students' names, so they won't have to fear what, somebody else looking at. Like if you want to test and like ask them a question and see who gets the correct answer, you can sort of kind of gauge from there, but nobody has to worry about being exposed for giving the wrong answer. All right, I think a few more. I won't start yet until everybody's in. I think we just have a few more. Things are slow. right. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. I see a question. Yes, Amanda, you're in the right place. I have this where it's teacher paced, so you can't do anything in the Nearpod until I project. If I had clicked on student paced, then you can just give your students a code and they work through it on their own pacing. So, but yeah, everybody is just sort of kind of at the main page right now and at a standstill. I think a few, let's see where we are. All right, about 5 more are working on it, so we'll give them some more time. Let's see. And I'm going to keep that code will be the same. So if you get kicked out, just join again, and it should put you right back where I am in the presentation. Oops. Just FYI, from 12 to 1, we will have lunch. And then we'll just log back in for about 2 more hours, and then we should be done a little before 3. All right, we're at 34. In about another minute, I'm going to go ahead and start. And then everybody else can just sort of kind of jump in. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, first thing I wanted to do was look, if you want to click on that website, this is the website. And hold on, I'm going to join on my phone too, because I'm one of these, I like to sort of kind of see. This is the website that you can go to if you want to go ahead and bookmark the website, because it is a little hard to find sometimes. You have to sort of kind of go through classroom resources or just Google. So I'm going to log in as a student real quick on my phone. I don't know why I just didn't do this.
So you want us to become a member?
No, you don't have to become a, you're saying, can you click on the website where you can navigate the website? It should open up a tab.
It says Council for Economic Education.
Yeah.
I have a little pop-up blue box.
All right, let me look.
Miss
Yeah.
Stephanie, are you by any chance logged into 2 devices on Zoom?
I have a coworker.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's muted. I'm muted unless I'm talking.
All right, just a second. I'm going to get this so I can look at y'all's problems if we have any. All right. Is it, all right, let me ask you this, because again, it worked on my computer, but we're also kind of all over the place right now. Can you click where it says click here to open the web page? Are you able to open up that web page?
Yes.
Okay. It's not working on my phone to open up. I can share my screen. Anytime we have a little hiccup in the presentation, I can always just go and share my screen to show you. So if you want to, go ahead and bookmark this website. This is, if you're able to open it up, which I don't know why it's not opening up on my phone. I'm in a webinar today until 3. But you can scroll around. The 3 lessons that we're doing today, I took directly from here, but you can see that there are a lot more lessons, many more lessons that you can choose from to play with. Also, a few of the activities are not part of this lesson, but if you click on the lessons, they all have like additional resources and things like that. So I actually did some of those as part of the workshop as well. So I just wanted you to be able to bookmark that. I will, if you were not able to open that, I'll tell you what, just let me know in the chat, and maybe during lunch, I'll just get that website and send it to you so you can do that. All right, I'm having problems opening up my website. So what I'm going to do is share my screen real quick so you can, we're going to spend some time looking at this. Just so if you can open it up, great. But if you can't, if you're having issues, you can maximize the Zoom meeting real quick and you can see this. All right, this is the US debt clock. This is one that I usually use to introduce a lot of concepts in class. They have changed it over the past few years where they have actually added a lot more information, which is somewhat a little overwhelming. You do not have to look at all this information. Usually the things that I have students look at is the US debt, national debt, which is now reaching $28.5 trillion. We look at the budget deficit, which as of right now, it's $3.3 trillion. If to get the deficit, you subtract the revenue, how much they're spending in by how much they're spending. So the government is spending 6.8 trillion. They're only bringing in 3.5 trillion. And then there's your, when you subtract those two numbers, you get a 3.3 trillion budget deficit. These are some terminology, like some concepts that we'll talk about today as well. One thing that I like to also point out to students is this debt to GDP ratio. If you've had any economics trainings, you have come across what GDP is, gross domestic product. Oops, sorry. It's the total market value of everything produced in the United States. And so we're looking at $22.2 trillion. What economists look at is they don't really focus as much on the $28.5 trillion national debt. They like to look at, well, how big is your debt compared to your gross domestic product? If your debt is bigger than the GDP number, that's their concern. And how much bigger is that number getting? So if you look right here in 1960, it was 52.67%. 1980, 34%, so it went down. 2000, 57%. And as of right now, it's 128%. So you can see through the progression of history that the national debt is now continuously larger than our GDP. And that is what economists look at, not as much as okay, we have a $28 trillion national debt, but how does that compare to our GDP? Something else that we're about to look at in a video is the largest budget items: Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and Defense and War. And then one more is the interest that our government has to pay on their debt. So every time they get ready to borrow money to pay for spending, they issue bonds. Some of you may have savings bonds or, treasury bonds right now. Well, they have to budget in the interest that they have to pay on that debt. And so the more that they borrow to fund their spending, the bigger piece of pie this little slice gets. One more little thing that I'll show you. If you teach anything about workforce, you can look at our population. You can see now, I will show this. I don't know if you can, I'll blow it up. Official unemployed and actual unemployed. This is new. So official unemployed, remember, to be considered unemployed, you have to be actively looking for work. If you have been discouraged and maybe dropped out of the workforce or something, you're not considered unemployed anymore. So what they've added now is if you take into account the underemployed, people working maybe 2 part-time jobs when they want a full-time job, or people who have given up, those 2 groups are not calculated in the official number. But if you do calculate them, then you get your actual unemployed. So that is a new little aspect right here too. Full-time, part-time workers, they have that in there. But one more little thing I want to show you. There's the credit card debt. So if you teach personal finance, you can do that. Where is it? Okay, here we go.
Oh, it goes over.
Right here where it says U.S. unfunded liabilities, it says $150 trillion. What this means is, according to law, all right, that the United States is liable in paying out $150 trillion in benefits. And this is how much that is unfunded, that they don't have money for. And the 2 that's broken down is with Social Security and then Medicare. So unless the law changes, the United States is liable in paying this out, but they don't have anything to fund $150 trillion in liabilities. So these are some terms that we're about to look at in this short little video. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen real quick. And if you have not, come on, stop sharing. Just a second. Oh. Goodness gracious. There we go. It was hiding from me. All right, so if you've never heard of I'll tell you, I'm going to actually let everybody, if everybody can make sure they're muted, you will watch this on your own pace, and I want you, before you play it, before I give you access to it, I can just show it on mine, but it may be easier since we're not in a classroom setting that you just do it on your own device. There is a great documentary called IOUSA. And in this documentary, it used to be like over like 90 minutes. It used to take me 2 class periods. It originally came out in 2007, but I don't use it anymore because they have not updated it. At the time of the documentary, the U.S. national debt was about $7 or $8 trillion. So you can tell from 2007 to 2021, the national debt has grown from $8 trillion to now $28 trillion. So $20 trillion in just about 14 years. You can find now a shortened version of IOUSA on YouTube. I have pulled this from YouTube. And you can actually get other little snippets like, okay, here's the problem. So how do we fix it? So they have short little clips. We're not going to do these today, but a great thing you can do in your classroom is get your students into groups and give them one of the like how to fix it clips, and then have them present on those little clips. But right now, this is just the condensed version of IOUSA. By the way, Peter G. Peterson Foundation that helped the National Council create these lesson plans, they're the ones who also created this documentary, IOUSA. It is a nonpartisan, nonprofit group whose focus is to teach about fiscal responsibility and the dangers of the national debt. So I'm going to allow you, again, make sure you are muted. I try to mute all, but make sure you are muted, and you're going to work through this. It is 32 minutes long, but it's a great condensed little version of this, and we have plenty of time built into today's workshop to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and give you access to continue, and I'm going to mute myself and play on my end as well. Okay, some of you maybe finished, some may not, that's fine. You have a very general idea of how that video is. I think I unmuted myself. I was originally going to do this, embed some questions in there, but I didn't want to do that because when I do that, I can't just sort of kind of stop the video and go on. Hold on, let me stop right now so I can, it's just distracted me. All right, so this is the shortened version. You can see it was in 2007. They have 07, 08 numbers. A few things. This would be a good Edpuzzle. If you do Edpuzzle, you can embed some questions in there to sort of kind of guide students as you go. I would also update the numbers. I wrote some down. So like they said at the time of this in 2008, the deficit was $410 billion. 2021 right now it's $3 trillion. You can talk about, of course, the stimulus packages, 2 that have been passed so far. As far as why that number is so big, you can sort of kind of engage students from there. The students do love the SNL skit. And there's also a really good, funny SNL skit on currency, the appreciation and depreciation, sort of kind of how they did that towards the end of the US dollar. So you could Google that. That's pretty good as well. But that video is created by the Peter G. Peterson Foundation, the same ones who worked with the National Council for these lesson plans. Now, this video that that you watched is the general. What they have on YouTube, and you can Google, are those 5, I think there are 5 things like that can be done to help fix this issue, like solutions to the problem, and they're about 5 minutes long. So that's just something that's out there that you could think about. All right, so let's transition to our first lesson. The lesson is titled "To Intervene or to Not Intervene." So I'm going to hide the student names, if you will. It's the question is, and by the way, all of the stuff that's in this workshop today, I took from the lesson plans, but instead of just asking a question to the classroom, I've embedded it into the Nearpod. So that's what I like about Nearpod, is it holds accountable, you know, like all students can participate. And by my hiding the names, everybody can answer without thinking about, you know, your name being exposed. So the question is, what steps has the U.S. federal government taken to help individuals, businesses, and local state governments during the recent pandemic? So if everybody can, you know, one thing at least type in. I'm doing it as well. So I'm doing it as a student. And what I'm going to do is share my screen. Because I want y'all to be able to see what everyone is saying. So I want to project, share. All right, so once you post, I have through the Zoom, so I don't know if you want to try to do a split screen right now, your classmates' answers, and your name is hidden. Now in my classroom, I would just have this projected so everybody can look up and look. Now, although if you've never worked with Nearpod, I'll just, you know, say this. Although you, as through Zoom, cannot see the answer, like who said what, as a teacher, that name and the answer is recorded, so you can download a report at the very end. Yeah, once you type your answer, it's going to say, got it, your answer has been submitted. And then through Zoom, you should be able to see my screen, which has everyone's answers. And we'll go through them in just a second. I'm going to, in case you get kicked out, let me type the code to get back in here, MTBBD, and it should pick right back up. And here's the website in case some of y'all get kicked out. Again, if you have to leave, you can just come back in and it works. All right, I think we have. All right, so just looking at some of these answers, provided extra Wi-Fi. I'm not going to read through all these. Dealt with mortgage moratoriums and rent payments, stimulus packages, the stimulus checks that were in the mail last summer. Federal government has given out, yeah, there's stimulus tax, increased income tax for people who file jointly. And some of these I've never, so unemployment help, business loans, yes. All right, so let's go ahead. The objective to this lesson is getting students to think about the cost and benefits of a decision. If you've been in any economics workshop or training, economics is called the study of choice. And for every choice you make, there is a cost involved. One thing that, is the motto in our household is there's no such thing as a free lunch. Economists call this, of course, the opportunity cost. And so this lesson gets students to think about, okay, those short-term benefits, but what are the long-term costs that are coming with that decision? And by the way, this, again, comes directly from the lesson plan. So you can just copy and paste it in there. Now, these are some terminology, some concepts that the lesson plan offers that you may need to go over with your students. For example, what's the difference between a budget deficit versus the national debt? This was covered in IOUSA, because so you could sort of kind of show that video, embed these vocabulary words in the video, whether students write them out or you can give little quizzes or whatever. But a deficit is how much you overspend in a set number of time. And it's usually, when you think about the US federal budget deficit, it's 1 year. So how much do they overspend? How much do they spend that they don't have? All right. And I tie this into personal finance, like, if you spend more money than you bring in income, you're running deficits. All right. The national debt is how much the US owes, like, throughout the history of the United States. So you add up all the deficits. So this year's federal budget deficit is $3 trillion, but the national debt is $28.5 trillion. So those are some vocabulary words. Interest rate. This is what's going to be interesting with a little bit of tick in inflation right now. Just sort of kind of watch what the Federal Reserve does. It'll be interesting to see if they sort of kind of raise these interest rates in the upcoming months to sort of kind of slow down the rate of inflation. I don't think they're as concerned right now, but so interest rate is how much borrowers pay and the loans. Now look at this. Again, all of this comes directly from the lesson plan. Sort of kind of engage students in questions. If you've never used FRED, which I believe it's the St. Louis Federal Reserve Bank, they have great graphs. So teaching students critical thinking skills, just looking at a graph, think about sort of kind of things. On the left, you see personal consumption expenditures since 1960. And then on the right, well, first, let's look at the left. You can see it looks like, oh, okay, so our personal consumption spending has gone up since 1960. Even with that little dip, that big dip on the right, you can see that we're spending more. But if you look at the right and you adjust that to consumption as a percent of our economy, GDP, you can see it goes up and down. It's a little bit more volatile. Now, what I usually do when I use these Fred graphs is have students look at those little color-coded bars. So if you look at those little bars going down on the left, ask them, what do you think those gray bars are? And then look at the right. You can see those gray bars correlate when personal consumption expenditures, like consumer spending, goes down. And then you can ask students, okay, so if you see this gray bar now and spending has gone down in that gray bar, what do you think that represents? And those little gray bars would be your recessions. You can see early on from the 1950s, post-World War II to about 1980, there were the time from one recession to another, that business cycle was not very long. But economists study what works, what doesn't work, how to prolong economic growth. So you can see the distance between those bars actually get a little bit longer. So that's in the lesson plan as well, and they talk about that. And of course, I just basically said that, so I'm going to keep going on that one. Some of you mentioned the CARES Act, which was the stimulus package of last year, March 27th, 2020, cash payment to individuals. There's the PPP for businesses. Some of you said that as well. Aid to hospitals, state and local governments. So the goals of the lesson: short-term benefits, long-term cost. And now I'm going to have to make some changes with this because this lesson is a jigsaw activity. So let me just show you, this is a picture in your lesson plan, and we're not doing this. I made a few little changes because we can't get together in groups. I like jigsaw activities. I've always done them a little bit differently, but I'll explain how they did it on this. So if you look at the jigsaw picture on round one, there are going to be 6 articles that different students will read. And each article deals with a different perspective, like through a business perspective, through a personal household perspective. And so look at the ones, all the blue ones. That group will get reading 1. And they would work through, because you're about to do some of this just a little differently, but reading 1 is short and sweet. They have a few questions to answer, but they just basically answer and just talk through just that perspective. And again, I'll show you the article so you can see it. 2, the orange, they will read reading 2, reading 3, reading 4, and then you would have 5 and 6. After you give them time to do that, then you break off into round 2, your task group. Again, I'm going to have to tweak it just a little bit today, but just sort of kind of roll with it and you have an idea what to do. So in the task group, you would have 6 people basically, which is a large group, but each person is supposed to be responsible, like they're the expert in reading and understanding that reading's question. So you would bring together reading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. They would talk about their reading, but there is one question that each group answers, and that's called the ultimate question that I'm about to show you. So basically, I have used this before, but I've sort of kind of done the round 2 first, then to the round 1. But this gets everyone participating. So everyone's only responsible for reading 1 reading assignment, but you're coming together to answer the bigger question. Now, before we do that, I want you to think about, well, okay, mine is not doing this, and maybe because I'm trying to do it not with the app, but through the website. You know what? We're going to skip this real quick, just because it's 10:12. I showed a little bit more than the video. All right, so we're going to skip this right now. It'll kick you out. This came from the lesson, and at the bottom of the lesson, it says for additional activity. They have Kahoots and all this stuff already created for you. So all you got to do is just give it to your students. So for right now, I'm just going to go on. What it does is it shows you political cartoons. And I'll play start just to show you. But don't worry about doing this individually. If you already clicked on it, it's working, that's fine. This was the issue that I had where the cartoon wouldn't show up. And then this morning it was working. So it goes back and forth, and it may be because I'm trying to embed it in a Nearpod. But go to those websites and check out some of these additional lessons because they do build into each of the lesson. This one was just looking at political cartoons and trying to get students to think about the issue like those. It's just a good little lead in for this lesson. All right. So if your last name, and this is where you need paper and pen, by the way. First, we're going to do everybody's responsible for one of the reading articles. So what I've done in the past, I taught some virtual classes and face-to-face this past year. And so I did this with my virtual kids. I just divided up among your last name. So if your last name begins with A through D, you're going to be responsible for reading, doing the reading 1, questions and answers. E through I, reading 2, J through M, 3, N through R, 4, S through V, 5, and W through Z, 6. So if you can write down your reading, right? Once I scroll, you're going to have access to your reading. But right now I need everyone just to write down which reading that you're going to have. You're going to have around 10 minutes to read your article and answer your questions. I think I put it on a timer, but if not, I'll sort of kind of gauge and just watch it for myself. Once everyone is done, we're going to work together to answer the ultimate question, which is, and I put it in red, and this is what you would do in your focus group. This is how I had to tweak it a little bit. After weighing the immediate benefits of a stimulus against the stimulus's long-term cost, is a fiscal stimulus a useful tool to counteract the effects of the current COVID-19 recession? So that question is wordy, and if you just gave that to each individual students, they're going to get lost. But that question is going to be answered by through the 6 readings. So again, everyone's going to be responsible for just reading from one perspective, but later we'll all come together to answer that ultimate question. So if you do not have your reading assignment written down, if you can do that, because I don't want to go back and forth on the Nearpod, it'll mess everybody up. All right, so as you can see, please tell me this is, hold on. All right, let me ask y'all and unmute. And it may just be, I'm trying to do it on my phone. Were y'all able to click and access all 6 readings? It should be there for you.
I didn't have to click. It just showed up and allowed me to scroll down.
Okay. All right. It's my phone then. Something's just up with my phone. Me trying to do it through my phone. Perfect. All right. So if you will just scroll down and find your specific reading, because I can't go back and forth because it'll mess somebody up, that's where you may need to write down your question and answers, because later, once I go to the next slide, you're going to have to answer that. So I'll give everybody time to find your specific reading and answer those questions. have uploaded the readings for, see in the chat feature, there should be a PDF document. If you're having issues, just click on that and see if that'll take you to it. All right. Some of you may be finished. If you're still working, that's fine. You can go to the chat and download the PDF document. All right. Would you like to approve? No. Just a second, let me. All right, so the ultimate question, if you will write this down, because at the very end of the workshop, you're going to post your answer, all right? So the ultimate question, if you're in your classroom, the part 2 would be each student from one of those reading article groups would come together. They would look at the different perspectives and issues that were presented, and then they would answer this question together. After weighing the immediate benefits of a stimulus against stimulus's long-term cost, is a fiscal stimulus a useful tool to counteract the effects of the current COVID-19 recession? What I want you to do real quick is you do not have to type each individual question and answer. You can, if that's easier for you, short and sweet, or you can just give a synopsis of your article. But if you would say reading 1, and then tell what you want to do, or reading 6, and then state what you want to state, everything will pop up. And then I'll give you some time to look at everybody's answers for you to come up with an answer to the ultimate question. So I'll walk you through it again. But for right now, if you will just say reading 4, but you got to give your response. Like you've got to give what was reading 4 about. What was reading 1 about? You can give your question and answers if you want to. Here, I'm going to delete these cards. Okay, yeah. So for example, I'm going to do mine. If it was reading 1, I'm just going to put blah, blah, just to show you. So you can see it says reading 1, and then you give just a little synopsis. The blah, I'm going to delete my blah, blah, but so everybody can sort of kind of just quickly read through. If you only had reading 1, you know what 1's about. Well, go look at 2 through 6 so you can get an idea, because everyone at the very end of the workshop will put your answer to this at the Nearpod. That'll be the very last thing right before the evaluation. All right, so the reading 1, does the economy need more stimulus? There needs to be some evidence to that, because that's not going to help the person who read reading 6 to know what reading 1 was about. If you see yours being deleted, it's because it didn't give evidence. You've got to give evidence of what it was about, not the question itself. Because if you only put the question, that is not going to help anyone else in this group get evidence for your answer for that question. Because ultimately, that's what is one of those fundamental goals that we want to teach the students. If you're not able to see all the responses, refresh your URL and they'll pop up, or I have them projected up here as well. go ahead and write down the ultimate question on a sheet of paper. And then you can scroll through the different answers to be able to answer the question. as more comes in, again, if you're not able to see new stuff popping up, refresh the URL, because I had to do that on my phone and it works perfectly fine now. That ultimate question, if you want to answer it later, just write it down. And then maybe what's easier, because this is one thing that teaching students how to provide evidence, facts, with something that could be opinionated, is write down reading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then scroll through your classmates' statements and give a little synopsis for each one. Then you can come together and mesh it all together to answer that question. That's what your kids would be doing in class. You would probably not be doing this activity the way I'm doing it. This would be one better where they're actually face-to-face and can discuss. But this is sort of kind of one of those things that we have to tweak because we're not able to meet face-to-face.
I can't post mine.
At the very bottom, it says share your thoughts. Yeah, if you're running out of room, just in just a few words, like just sort of kind of give a short, sweet summary. You can see some of the ones your classmates have done. Yeah, I guess the question answer is just not going to work. So just give a short little synopsis. If just for the sake of time, so we can transition to the next lesson, if you're having issues trying to get that in submitted, if you will just go ahead and everybody write down whatever evidence that you want to use when you come up with your own answer to that ultimate question. Do that real quick, and then we'll transition to the next lesson. Again, the ultimate question is looking at the immediate benefits to the long-term costs. In other words, pros and cons. And so you have lots of pros and cons that you have to consider when answering. So this is your opinion, but what are you going to use to support your opinion? And basically, that's what we want our students to be able to do. You can also see, because these are some pretty complex issues that we're looking at, how they did the Jigsaw activity in the focus 2 group, where each person was responsible for one activity. Then they can all come together and have one answer to the question that's posed to them, and they can all help each other. And of course, the best way to do the reading groups is, of course, to diversify them. You don't want all the top kids in one and the low reading kids in the other one. You've got to have some, where they all can balance each other. And I'll tell you what, before we transition to the next segment, we'll take about a 5-minute break. So if you need to, go to the restroom or whatever, which of course you can always do that. You don't have to feel like you can't do that. But normally if we were face to face, we would have a break. So I'm just going to go ahead while and just do a little 5-minute break. And we'll start back at about 10:50. That's 7 minutes. So if you want to, don't leave Zoom, but you can just cut your camera off real quick and we'll resume back and we'll finish this lesson and transition to the next at about 10:50. Okay. All right. Good little quick break. Just to remind, at 12, we'll do an hour lunch. And so I'll have everybody log off the Nearpod at that time and stuff, but we'll cover that later. All right. So just to summarize what we've done, and again, this is taken from the lesson plan. The benefits of a stimulus is it moves the economy towards potential GDP, like where it should be, where it can be for a faster recovery. Of course, it reduces unemployment, helps reduce stress on households. Oops, sorry. Small and large businesses, helps them recover, helps local and state governments provide services. But of course, some of the costs to that, long-term costs, is it does increase the national debt. It does increase the interest paid in the future by federal government, and it may hinder business borrowing for investment if interest rates go up. Those three things are also embedded in that IOUSA little documentary as well. All right, so to transition, why doesn't COVID-19 affect everyone equally? This is the second lesson that comes from the National Council's group of lessons that I showed you earlier. Now, I'm just going to read this, but again, this comes directly from the lesson. The recession that arrived on the coattails of the COVID-19 virus is unique because of the starkly contrasting experiences Americans are having during the pandemic. And I think a lot of us too can relate to this, and I think your students can relate as well. Recessions typically illuminate the income and human capital disparities that exist in our stratified economy, but generally all parties experience some economic hardship. In this case, from an income angle, certain segments of society have seen their wealth augmented while others have suffered devastating financial losses that could alter the trajectory of their lives for years. There is no question that the health effects and loss of life have been felt universally, but the divided economic impact of COVID-19 is unprecedented. So, what I want you to do, you should be able to see right now 3 questions and a graph. Is if you will click on where it says open-ended question, and you have an answer box. Now, originally, what I want you to do, to me, it's easier. I can't do it on my phone. It'd be a little bit harder. If you copy and paste those questions in the answer box, then you answer them, but you don't have to do that. I found that with my virtual students last year, that was easier for them to make sure they answered each question. But you can just put 1, 2, and 3. But I want you to look at the chart and answer each question. In class, you can definitely project this and have them answer on paper. You can actually copy the handout. This was a handout in the lesson plan. But for you, if you would just put 1, 2, and 3, answer those 3 questions. If you need to blow up your chart, just click on it, and then you can see the chart a little better. Now I'll give everybody time to do that. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen again while you do that, so you can see everybody's answers. I'm going to put in the chat feature for those who may be having problems, the document itself, so you can have it. If yeah, where'd my Zoom go? All right. All right, let me upload this file. It's bell ringer. Desktop. COVID. All right. So in the chat is the handout from the lesson plan that has this chart. If you're not able to see the chart in the Nearpod, you can download that. All right, about another minute or two to get your answers in. No. Hold on. All right. So you can, in the chat feature, I had uploaded the document that the lesson plan gives you. You can make copies of this and have students do it, or you can transition it to something else. But looking at what the document looks like, the younger workers appear to suffer the greatest hardship. The more education you have and the greater household income you receive make it less likely that a hardship will be experienced. And when you look at when you just try to think about what type of areas are going to get hit, service sector, retail, hospitality, food and service jobs. If you, they're great on the Bureau of Labor Statistics website. You can pull up and add, well, this is not part of the Nearpod, but let me just show you real quick if you can. BLS.gov is a great site to use if you want to, if you do workforce skills or have career researches or whatever. I don't know if you've ever used, like right here under employment, and then right here too, wage data by area and occupation. These are great resources if you have students do career, like looking at, I usually get mine to look at what's the demand for your field. Like you may want to be something, but if there's no growth in that field, that means you're not going to be able to find a job. One thing that you could do is if you go to the unemployment website, you can click on the historical, this little graph thing right there, and you can sort of kind of pull up all kinds of different years and have students look at it. Other than national, let me just go to state unemployment, because when you try to get students just to ask them, like what service areas or what sectors of the economy do you think got hit the worst during the shutdown and stuff? Let's go to Hawaii. Right now, Hawaii's unemployment is still 8.1%. And compare that to some other areas. But if you think about, and I'm just going to go back to 2020 to present day. So you can change the years and you can sort of kind of look at, let's go to unemployment. All right. You can look at right here is the beginning of January 20, and that's where in March is when the shutdowns began. And you can see the large spike in unemployment, or if you want to look at another graph, you can. But if you think about what Hawaii is, it is tourism. That's their primary economic sector. So you could pull up some different states, pull up Florida, pull up, you could do some coastal counties, even in Mississippi, but pull up some different documents and even have students use these documents and brainstorm the different areas. We all know restaurants got hit pretty hard, but hold on, I got to get this out of my way here. But it's really interesting if you pull up different, the unemployment rates of these different sectors, because you can clearly see the ones that got hit the hardest. So as part of this lesson plan, there is a PowerPoint. What I have done is just taken a few of these to look at. Now, you can click on these individual ones. I would suggest just sort of kind of look at Zoom right now and just let me go over each one of these. Some economists look at this thing called a K-shaped recovery, which is, if you look at the graph, like on Zoom, just look, because I think it's probably way too small on yours. I'm looking at it at my phone, and so I'm not going to worry about that. But you can see sort of kind of what the economy was prior to COVID-19, and then when the shutdowns happen, and now as things start to recover. So you can see it opens up like a K. And I'm not going to go through each one of these for the sake of time, but you can look at unemployment by race, by age. If you look to the right, this little pie graph, you can see the different sectors of the economy that got hit the worst. More unemployment, there's your educational attainment, just the importance of graduating high school and getting that degree. And then you can see the less likely there was a chance to be unemployed. There's the evictions, job characteristics, and of course, what that K-shaped recovery looks like. So we're not going to spend a whole ton of time just becoming experts on the K recovery, but this is a great, if you teach math or anything, you can easily take what the PowerPoint gives you and just have students analyze different bar graphs, different charts, pie graphs, and things like that, and just break down these numbers of how people were affected differently. So if you would look, I'm just going to play it on my device. So through Zoom, not necessarily through your device. This is a short, sweet little K-shaped recovery video from YouTube.
As explained in another video, economic recoveries come in all shapes and sizes, from the optimistic V-shaped recovery where the economy bounces right back, to the pessimistic L-shaped recovery where an economy merely stagnates after crashing. Nowadays, economists as well as politicians are talking about a so-called K-shaped recovery more and more, which is, well, kind of in the middle. As the letter K suggests, the recovery is uneven to the point of even contrasting, great in some cases and awful in others. As such, 1. At a macro level, some economic sectors experienced a great recovery, for example, technology and the financial sector, whereas the recovery was very poor with others, for example, air travel, the restaurant business, and so on. And 2, at an individual level, wealthier people who tend to, for example, have more exposure to assets such as stocks, which went up dramatically, are faring far better than, let's say, those with low-paying service sector jobs who lived paycheck to paycheck even before the 2020 economic crisis. That's pretty much it, which leads us to perhaps the most ideologically charged word in economics today: inequality. From the infamous "the rich are getting richer" narrative after the Great Recession to the post-COVID-19 K-shaped recovery, it becomes clear that indicators such as GDP growth don't always paint an accurate picture of reality, and that the key to understanding today's social unrest lies in more nuanced metrics.
Okay, so the activity connected to this, and what I'll do is upload and chat this document so everybody can have it, no matter if it's a little bit hard to get, is you give this document to the students. What I like about it is you're not forced to do certain ones. You give students the freedom that if they're auditory, if they're more visual, if they just want to read information, they sort of kind of click and choose and the few that they want to explore about the economic impact of the crisis and why different groups are hit differently. So I'm going to, before we start, I'm going to go back real quick, but I just want to show you what you're going to do. You need paper and pen. What everybody will be answering just a short open-ended question, and I'm going to go ahead and tell you what that question is. Then I'm going to go back and let you explore this website, and I'll type it in chat too. So the question that I want you to explore, all right, and to answer, hold on, let me get back to everyone. So just write this down, is describe the type of resources you viewed. All right, so that's the first thing I want you to answer in this. So did you watch more YouTube videos, or did you just basically read? So again, it gives, you don't have to do all of these, but it gives you the freedom to sort of kind of do what you want. And then what information did you learn that helps you understand about the economic impact of COVID? And of course, that's more of a really broad, but you could do different groups, different sectors of the economy, because ultimately the question that this lesson plan looks at is how, or not really how, but why different groups were impacted differently. So those are the two things. If you'll write down, I'm going to go back to this. And again, I'm going to upload this document in the chat feature for you, if that's easier for some of you. But you're just going to click on, like, if you want to look at COVID hits poor neighborhoods the hardest. Oops. Then you just click on that and skim through and just, what did you learn about that one? And then go back to it again. And then I would say do at least 3 or 4. And then I'll transition to where you're going to type your information. So let me upload this document. All right, it is loaded. It's in the, if you're having problems getting this document through Nearpod, it is in the chat feature of Zoom. So you can go there and click on it. And it still should work the same when you put your cursor over each link. Make sure you mute yourself, because everybody may be doing things differently, like reading versus watching and things like that. So I'll give you about 10 minutes to explore the different sites and to write down your answers, and then I'll give everybody time to type it up. 10 minutes. 10, so we'll just say 11:28. All right, so for those who are finished, if you're not, it's fine. You can keep going for about 10 minutes. This question will be opened. You're just basically, which resources did you choose? And what do you think that you learned that helps you understand the whole aspect of how COVID-19 affect people differently? Why doesn't, and you can see it right at the very top, why doesn't COVID-19 affect everyone equally? So you can just type in your response.
Am I able to go back to the resources? I don't know.
Yeah, if you go to the chat feature, the PDF is there, and you should be able to put your link on it if you need to.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. If you're not finished looking, that's fine. If you can just go and type in your answer before time runs out. Of course, I would give students in class a little bit longer to do this, but we're on time crunch. Okay, so that's a great little activity. Of course, you would give students more time to do that at home. I mean, in the classroom. I did not do the full PowerPoint that's available. You can sort of kind of pick and choose. You can focus more on that K-shaped recovery, or you can just focus more on these resources. Great bell ringer, great interactive source there. You can't just pass the handouts out on this one because the students have to be able to click and access the different ones. So we use Canvas in Madison County, so you could just upload that handout somewhere and then they will have the URL links. All right, so before we go to lunch, we're going to do just a Kahoot that came from one of the lessons, and we're going to get out of Nearpod for right now, so you can go ahead and exit out of that. We'll get back into that later.
Can I ask a real quick question?
Yeah.
Okay, so with Nearpod, when the time is up, as a teacher, are you able to go in and provide more time?
I'm looking at that right now on my end, and I am not seeing where and I don't want to like experiment with it right now because it may screw something up. Okay. But yeah, you don't even have to put that time in there. And you can edit anytime. I just don't know right now, and I can play with it in just a second to see. I just don't want to mess up and kick y'all out. But normally 10 minutes, they would need more time to get you like to view all the stuff. Right. But it's just a good way to have, you know, because I teach all seniors. Well, next year I'll have 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, but you'll have a few students every now and then that want to take a really long time just to slow the class up. But then you need some students who need more reading time. So, right. But yeah, it's a good little tool to use, but you don't have to put that in there. Okay. You can kind of gauge on your end.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. So, I'm going to give you the code. Now, I did not create this. Again, I'm doing this to show you all the different stuff that the Council on Economic Education through these lesson plans. I'm gonna mute it real quick. How they've created a lot of stuff already for you. So it's not a whole lot of work. The one little interactive game with the political cartoons, that's a cool little website. I've never used it before. I'm not sure, maybe embedding it in Nearpod just messed it up a little bit, but they've got tons of stuff already created. So play around with that website and see if you can find some stuff. Some of this stuff we may have covered, some we may not, just because I'm sort of kind of having to be selective in how to cover some of this stuff in a short amount of time that we have. Can't do Kahoots without a little music though. I do like how you can change your music. Disco, we did disco. I'm teaching summer school right now and we did disco the other day. And while y'all log in, I just found this out. This may be a new feature they did this past year with a lot of virtual learning going on. But I did Kahoot a lot with my virtual kids for like test reviews and stuff like that. But one thing that they have now when you create an account is you can download reports. And now with my face-to-face kids, and I did this with virtual too, but with my face-to-face, when we do Kahoot reviews for test, I would give an extra 5 points on a test for those who won. And then if you got second and third, you got maybe like 3 or 2 or something like that. So we know incentives drives, that's the foundation of the whole, our economy is incentives. But I had in class this past year, a few students face-to-face, and I had a feeling they weren't doing the Kahoot because I had like 21 in class and then only 18 answers every single time. So I didn't say anything. I just waited into class, and you can go in as a teacher and download the report. And I will also have them, they had to do their like real last name, because since we're competing for points, I have to know, you know, who to give the points to. So I downloaded the report and I saw who was not participating and they were acting like it. So I guess they were just watching video or whatever they wanted to on their computer, and then gave a class participation grade, which, you know, I was waiting to have some grumble. You didn't tell us it was a class participation grade. But anyway, that was a new little feature I didn't realize, and maybe it's not new, I just never saw it. But just, you know, that's one thing you could do too, if you needed to, is pull up in class and see who's doing what. All right, let me see chat before we start. Oh, yes. Oops, I think I meant to send that to everyone. Sorry, Mary. All right. I know some of you are still working on getting in. I will not lock it, so you can just jump in when you can. The how to get in Kahoot and the I'll take a screenshot and upload in the chat feature, but I'm going to go ahead and start so we can. Let's see. The biggest thing that stinks is when we're competing for extra points and the computers freeze, like a student's computer freezes or something happens because that knocks them out. They don't get those points to compete. All right, so I've uploaded a screenshot of how to join and the game code, the pin. I'm going to go ahead and start. If you've never played Kahoot, you can lock. I'm not going to lock, so in case it kicks you out, you can come back in, but you can lock it. So students who were playing around and weren't doing what they were supposed to or whatever, I don't like locking it because, again, Wi-Fi is just not reliable sometimes, even in the classroom. So I like for them to be able to jump back in. All right, but we're going to go ahead. I got to get some music going because that's the whole part of Kahoot. Got to have the music. Also, if you've never played Kahoot before, it's not only getting the right answer, but it's who buzzes in first. And so that's where it gets really competitive in the classroom when you're just points away from those rankings. Ah. And one thing too, I was just thinking about, if you wanted to do something with work, careers, and tie in some stuff from this lesson, play the Kahoot and get all these, or you don't even have to play the Kahoot. You can just go to the lesson and duplicate it, save it in your library in Kahoot, look at the questions, then let those questions guide the ones that you talk about in class. That may help with this as well. Ah, I was thinking hotels and theme parks. Ah, interesting. There you can see, I probably would have thought it was New York or California too. That's what I was thinking. Hawaii, there's the tourism, and Nevada, I guess, with Las Vegas. Maybe that got hit pretty hard. Casinos closed down and stuff. Yeah, that's a harder question. There's that K recovery. Two more. Ooh, tricky. right, all the above. So the winner and they started doing the 2 runner-ups. We meet this now. That was something they hadn't done in the past. All right, so this Kahoot was created again by the council. It's part of the lesson plan. You can use it as a culminating activity. But again, the beauty of all these lesson plans is they have everything provided for you, from the handouts to the interactives, if you want to use those as well. We are now going to transition to lunch, and we will start back at 1. You can go ahead. We will not be using, I'm going to end that Nearpod lesson, and then we'll just have a different code when we get back. So y'all can just, you know, if you get out of Zoom, that's fine. I'll just admit you back, or you can just cut your screen off or whatever. But yeah, about 1 o'clock, if you can just start logging back in. See you later.
Christy,
Hey.
can I
Wait.
get my prize?
Oh, I'll tell Allie to send you another one.
Look, tell Alice she know what I like.
Okay, I'm gonna write your name down.
It feels weird having the same name as our moderator on here, because when she yelled out for you, I was quickly getting ready to unmute my microphone. Like, you're talking to me.
Oh, I didn't even realize we had 2 Christies in here. think myself was muted earlier when I was talking. I've uploaded the new Nearpod code. It's the same Nearpod, but when I exited out of the other one, it does a new code that you have to use to get in. All right, a few others may, I think there are about 5 more, but I'll just omit them as we go so we can go ahead and get started.
The Nearpod code. Where did you put the Nearpod? It's not in my chat.
Oh, it's not?
No, I don't see it. Now, I mean, I may be doing something wrong. It's definitely a possibility.
It's fine. It's do you know the website? The website's
Yes,
joined.
it's the same as we have
Okay.
before. Yes, ma'am.
You just need the code. It's LMFYE.
Okay, got it. We need to go ahead and open that now.
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
So what I decided to do was do the question we were going to do at the end of, well, some of you, hold on. I'm going too fast. I'll give you a chance to get in here. For those as you come, this was that ultimate question from Unit 1. And you can take your 6 readings, or you can take the second lesson plan that we did about the different groups that are affected. But sort of kind of just give your thoughts. It doesn't have to be a free answer. This is just contemplating on what we've looked at so far. So don't worry about, you know, in class, I would grade these and then, but you're not getting a grade for your answer. But after weighing the that very first lesson, the immediate benefits of a stimulus against the long-term cost, is a fiscal stimulus a useful tool to counteract the effects of the current COVID-19 recession? There is no right or wrong answer to this. It's your opinion. What we would want to, oops, I need to admit someone, want our students to do is provide evidence, some facts that would support their opinion. And you can just do 1 or 2 sentences. It's fine in that. Again, you can take anything from the 6 readings, that collaborative little board that we had, or you can also use the second activity that we did as well.
Are you mute?
I'm not muted.
Okay.
I'm messaging back. Okay.
super fancy, but just
All right, I think about another minute or two. All right. All right, we're going to go. I think a few of you still waiting on you, but I don't want to hold anything up. So we're going to go ahead. All right, so there are two more things we're going to look at, but this is the last lesson from that group that I shared with you at the beginning of the workshop. This is looking at who gets bailed out of recessions and why those particular industries or sectors of the economy. Now I'm doing this one drastically different than how I did it in the first one. So hopefully everything works out well. And this, to me, doing something with technology on this lesson would be a lot easier because you're polling students. So we'll see how it works through this. All right, so the United States is no stranger to supporting the economy during hard times. Throughout US history, fiscal policy has been used to create programs, provide tax incentives or tax relief, support certain industries, and even make direct payments to citizens. In 2020, the power of the US government to bail out the economy was put to the test like never before as unemployment hit historic highs and entire sectors of the economy were essentially stopped in their tracks. In 2020, as in past recessions, a basic question surrounding the use of fiscal policy arose. Who should it be used for? Everyone? Only the most powerful industries in the economy? Only the industries who can make the case they needed it? So in this lesson, this is what we're going to look at. That little intro was taken off the lesson plan too, by the way. So all right, you have 2 minutes. What three industries or sectors do you feel are the most important in the United States and why? Just no thinking, reflecting, just call out 3 industries. And you know, it's short and sweet. Short and sweet. And I probably should have given you more time for this. So if all you can do is just list the 3 industries, do that. If you don't have time to explain, just list them. All right, so I'm sharing my screen so we can look at some of the industries. We see retail, transportation, housing market, the auto industry, food, service, utilities, law enforcement, tech, education, healthcare, lots of different ones. Technology, ag, food, restaurants, transportation, medical, housing, banking, material, production services. So we have lots of different ones: education, oil, cars, paper, lumber, medical field, grocery store, schools, military, weapons, health. And we can just scroll and see a lot more. Housing, I think we've said, healthcare, government agencies, schools, pharmacy. See, restaurants, medical field, software, automotive, transportation, energy. All right, so a lot of you sort of kind of said the same thing. So first of all, we hear this term all the time. So the question is, what is a bailout? It's when a business, individual, or government provides money and or resources to a business in danger of failing, sometimes referred to as government assistance or loans, capital injections, you inject in. Throughout the years, these have been very controversial because they use taxpayer dollars to support these industries. Sometimes it's controversial because money goes to a certain industry that others believe that shouldn't be receiving it. Some loans are more profitable over time, but there has been a long history of bailouts. So what you are going to do is click on the PDF document and read about the history of the bailouts. It would be easier if you, before you click on that, if you go and look at the 4 questions, you may want to write those down, the 4 questions. And I'll tell you what, I'll share the student side so you can have the 4 questions popped up here. It's a very simple reading activity that's part of the lesson, but it gives you a little background information on the bailouts. All right, so there are the questions there for you that you can see on my screen. I would suggest maybe, copy, paste in there and then answer it. You could do that, or you could just do 1, 2, 3, 4. I will upload this PDF document in the chat feature as well for those who just want to upload from there. Just got to find it. Give me a second real quick. Here we go. All right, so I have included the PDF document for you in the chat. If you just want to download that, that may be easier, depending on which device you're on. Downstairs. All right, if everybody else can get those answers in. All right, about one more minute. All right. So here is a little poll activity. Don't answer anything yet. Let me go over it. You can see on your screen, it says the United States is in a severe recession with GDP shrinking by historic amounts and unemployment at historic highs. You are a member of Congress who is about to cast a vote on a bill that could potentially provide government funds to specific U.S. industries. You should assume that the amount of money that will be provided to each industry will significantly impact that industry. In each round, you may choose up to 3 industries, and we have 3 rounds, 3 industries to include in your bailout bill. You may also choose to bail out no one. But for what I want you to do for this activity, though, is everybody's got to choose up to 3. The only industries you may consider are listed below. So if you will, go ahead and select 3 of the industries on the poll, and we're going to see, we're going to have a breakdown on my screen. As everybody votes, you can see how the percentages are changing on, if you look on my screen, you see the pie graph changing as well. This is the one that I've never, we did not do the poll this way. We used actually Poll Everywhere, which is a different website. That's pretty cool. But I really like how this one is, because again, you can hide your student names, but you can see that breakdown percentages. It's pretty cool to see the documentation and how it changes. All right, looks like a few more. All right, so if we look at this, it looks like, and if you look on the left-hand side, a few more votes may be coming in. It ranks them from largest to smallest. So 25% of everyone in this Nearpod believe that agriculture should be built out, followed by healthcare, and then manufacturing are your top 3 industries. Then you have construction, retail, airlines, automotive. Some of y'all didn't answer. Entertainment, performance, and then professional sports. Huh, nobody voted. I didn't either vote for professional sports. So anyway, all right. So this is going to be similar to what we're going to do the next 2 rounds, but the difference on the next 2 rounds is you're going to be given a little bit more data to use to support which industries that you think should get built out. All right, so let me read you this one real quick. Whoops. There we go. And I'm going to pull up the larger document so you can see it. Now you're going to consider different economic indicators. Look at the chart provided, and I'll blow it up on my screen so you can see it. For each industry, you see 3 different data points are going to be given. And if you look at my Zoom screen, I'm going to blow it up. So what I really enjoy, and I've always known this, but like sort of kind of how it worked, but I didn't know what they called it. So while I was getting this workshop together, I was pretty excited by learning this one. All right, so you see the industries, you see the number of employees in 2020 that it employs, the estimated size of economic impact in billions. And then this is what I think is really cool. It's the employment multiplier. In other words, how many jobs are created like indirectly through this job? For example, for one ag job, all right, so 2.28 other jobs are created out of that one agricultural job. So that's what that means, is for one direct job in that industry, how many indirect jobs are created. I sort of kind of see it living in Gluckstadt. Every time I go to school, I'm seeing the industries that are creating things that are feeding into Nissan. So out of one job employed at Nissan, what other jobs are created because they feed into that one, or they have an impact on that industry. So you can see by looking at that column, the biggest number, whether, well, no, it's automobiles right here. For one job in the automotive industry, 5.4 indirect jobs are created, or the flip side could be lost as a result of one job loss in that industry. Next after that is entertainment and pro sports, 3.79. And we're big sports people, but I don't think any of, not one people on the first poll selected professional sports. But if you think about it, when the college sports was thinking about, you know, a lot of football was not played in areas. Think about the economics of that particular city, the hotels, people who work even for little part-time jobs during the games, greeters, ticket sellers, and all this. So even though we didn't choose professional sports, because we're thinking about the people who play the sports, think about all the people who work in providing in that one particular industry, and that's what that's looking at. So I thought that was super cool. I think it gives a really good number, especially for my seniors to look at. So now that you have this, and I'll leave this on my screen so you can see it. Now what I want you to do is use this information to choose your top 3 industries. So now you'll choose 3 more. These will be the 3 you think as a congressperson you're going to put in your bailout bill. All right, let's look at, as the votes are coming in, we can sort of kind of see how the pie graph is changing. I think a few others are still voting. All right, a few more. I think I forgot to vote. Let me see. All right. So a few more votes may be coming in, but we can go ahead and look at the pie graph on my screen. And it ranks from top to bottom, ag being the first one, automotive, and then healthcare, followed by retail, professional sports, entertaining, construction, manufacturing, and airlines. All right, now we're going to flip it. And instead of looking at economic indicators, you got to consider the people who vote for you, especially if it's election year or midterm election year. Every 2 years, all House representatives are voted, excuse me, run for re-election, or that position is up for election. Every 2 years, a third of the Senate. So now, instead of looking at the data, let's look at who votes for you. All right, so I'm going to upload this in the chat feature, but I had to sort of kind of tweak it a little bit on this. You are consider your constituents, those who vote for you. Look at the attached PDF form, which is your congressional district, and you are going to have to select up to, or maybe this time just possibly one, industry that directly impacts your congressional district. So this is not what you want. This is not what the economic data says. This is your congressional district. So again, if it's a little difficult to pull up that PDF form, I'm going to upload it, but let's do our last names again. If your last name is A through C, you're going to be District A, D through G, District B, H through K, C, L through P, District D, Q through T, District E, and U through Z, District F. So I will upload this. All right, congressional district roll cards are in your chat feature. So you can download those and base your decision off your constituents. All right, let's see. Looks like most of you have. Okay, got it. So again, it breaks it down. Now, what was not even in the top 3 earlier, manufacturing is now in the top 3, followed by agriculture. Actually, they're tied, 19.8% for each one. And healthcare, professional sports, still way down there, with airlines way down there as well. And I think it's interesting that automotive has been pretty far down there when with the econ indicator, that was one of those industries that had a pretty high employment multiplier. All right, so don't copy and paste these questions in your response box because I think it may run out. But if you will answer these 5 reflection questions in your box, I'll give you a few minutes to do that. Just think about some of those industries Now, if I was in class, I probably would have listed with each round the 3 industries on the board so we could go back and look at it. But with the Nearpod, it's I can go back, but it kicks people out at different. I just don't want to go back and forth all the time. But this is just a reflection, basically. And I'll switch to student view so y'all can see. I love question 2. See how different that would be. All right, about one more minute. Then I'm going to introduce the last activity, which is a good one, but not good if you don't know how to use it correctly in the classroom. Can get confusing. All right. Of course, these would be, you could always put this, again, we use Canvas in Madison County. I know a lot of school districts don't, but you could create a short answer type question in Canvas for this as well. I think one thing that this past year made me do was cut down on how many paper copies that I made and try to learn how to convert some of these things a different way. So I wouldn't always have to do handouts.
Do you know if it's Google Classroom compatible? Because that's what we use in Rankin and Orange County.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure there's some way that you could do that. They encouraged us not to do Google Classroom because I think our contract is with Canvas. I don't know, but yeah, I know Nearpod has it's pretty compatible with most things. And then, you know, you can, I know I've used some Google Docs before just personally. So, but I'm not an expert on Google Classroom. I think most teachers wanted us to go to Google Classroom and they wouldn't let us, but oh well. All right. Last activity is, a lot of you may have heard of this and it's a nightmare if you've heard of it and you don't really know how to use it. If you can see at the very bottom of the screen, it says, oh, well, look at my screen because yours is not. It says Peter G. Peterson Foundation. So again, that's the nonprofit, nonpartisan group that not only helped create these lessons for the Council of Economic Education, but they created IOUSA, the video, and took part in helping create the fiscal ship. So if everybody will, and if you need to get out of Nearpod, you can get out of Nearpod and actually just go to a website. You got to say out. No, put it outside the door. Hold on, sorry, I'm having some. Sorry, my 10-year-olds won't know. Keep coming in here. Just open up. I'm going to walk you through how to do all this. Fiscalship.org, but don't do anything else from this point. I actually use this with my virtual students and it worked just fine. There is on the website, actually, if you go to the Council on Economic Ed, they have PowerPoints you can use. They have handouts you can use. I'm not going to be using all of that. Instead, I'm going to walk you through how to use this, and then you're going to play this in class. In just a second, I've got to do something real quick as you do that. Just a second. All right. Just a second. I've decided I'll show you the files real quick, even though I'm not going to make you go through them. Fiscal, military. Okay. Let me go back and share. I'm going to share my entire desktop this time. All right. So these are the documents. I think my whole screen should be shared right now. Whoops, Fiscal Ship that you can download from the website. Now this is the game website, but all of this stuff is on the Council of Economic Education's website. And here's the PowerPoint. Usually what I do to introduce this to my students is I just open up the PowerPoint and I literally just let it walk me through everything. Let it download real quick. So you can see how it's bringing in these concepts of national debt, deficits, and government spending and taxation. So it talks about what is a budget. It looks down. Now these are old numbers, but it's still somewhat consistent today. It's breaking down your percentages. I'll go back and look at that in just a second. There's the Fred charts. Remember how I said Fred is really, there's the debt clock we just looked at. Political cartoons, which is in one of those activities that didn't quite pull up right. Misconceptions about the budget. You know, everybody thinks that a ton of our money goes to foreign aid when it's actually just a smidgen. And, you know, so anyway, I think, you know, what people think and reality is pretty interesting right there. Long-term outlook and the different challenges that we face. You know, our budget deficits that keep getting bigger and bigger. Challenge, and they're the consequences. So larger deficits increase interest rates, which decreases private investment in that capital. Challenge number 2, our population's aging. We're about to have a huge group of people hitting the retirement age and fewer people entering to the workforce, which means fewer people paying into Social Security. Challenge, and there's, oh, that's more there. Then challenge number 3, increased costs for major healthcare programs and what that means as well. With that, when I do the PowerPoint, there is a handout. Oh, wait, no, that's the PowerPoint handout. There's a note sheet. There it is. Fiscal ship handout. Maybe that's it. All right, so this is also in the council, and I'll just make a copy of this. I know this is, I try to get away from handouts, but sometimes you just got to. So what I like about this is it's like fill in the blank, and I use this as notes on their test. So slide number 4. So it literally tells you where to look to get the answer. So it just breaks down the PowerPoint. So students can go, so what's challenge number 1, challenge number 2, challenge number 3. All right, and then there we go. So this is also provided on the website for you. So you can do the PowerPoint all in one day. I think I broke it down into a few different days, sort of kind of at the end of class, and just sort of kind of prep them for the simulation. So I didn't feel pressure to do it all in one day. But all right, so picking back up, what are the negative consequences of the federal debt? And then here we go. This is where it can get really confusing. I had a teacher that just started my school that decided to jump in and do this with his students, but he really didn't know how it worked, and it was a complete disaster. So that's really why I just want to use this last remaining time to show how pretty cool this is. So before you start the fiscal ship, and I'm going to go to mine real quick so you can see, everybody real quick, click on new game and make sure you're muted, because I think, yeah. And then you just can enter your name. Whoa, that is not my name. You could just, you don't even have to enter your name. The reason that I have my students put first initial and last name is perfectly fine is because they will take a screenshot of their last thing and submit it to me, so I can see that they actually finished the very end. That's how I grade it. And then click play. So I'm going to walk you through the handouts and then what we do. So the goal of the game is you've got to reduce the national debt while at the same time meet your governing goals. So what we're about to look at is how do you determine your goals? And these are going to be different from every student, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you the one that you need to tell your students never to choose, because it will be really super hard for the game to end if they choose it. All right, so click for right now. Let's get started, but we're not going to start the game. I'm just going to walk you through understanding the goals. So they change this up every year based on, like, this was Trump priorities last year. Now it's Biden's priorities. So whoever's president, that's a new one. They changed that up. You're not going to say, give me goals. You're going to say, choose my own. Now, what I do is before my students even do this, we go to the lovely handout that the council, you can download, right? It'll say identify goals. And this gives me a little bit of knowledge on these different goals that I'm going to look at. So the ones when you get ready to choose will be these right here. So you're going to have to choose either to reduce inequality, strengthen the national defense, fight climate change, strengthen social safety net, tax cutter, shrink government, shield the elderly, invest in the future. Fiscal Hulk is the one you never want to choose, because you will never, it's really, well, I'm not going to say you will never, but it's really, really hard to meet that goal and to finish the game, because it's like you've got to raise tons of taxes and cut lots of government spending, which sometimes contradicts with your other goals. So it would be best if you just choose not to do the fiscal halt, and then rein in entitlements. So these are your goals. All right, so these are your goals. So if you want to go ahead and you can look at my screen, you can go, think about it. What I normally do is spend, like some students want to go to these different party platforms to see sort of kind of where they stand. But what I love about this is students usually choose goals that contradict each other for this game. And it takes them a while to actually work through it. And then towards the end, they're like, I've just got to start over and change my goals. Because like one year I had a student say, like, fight climate change and tax cutter. Like you would visually see that those two are sort of kind of butt heads in the program, where it's not going to reach to the end of the game. So before you go any further, if you want to choose my own, go ahead and you can see here are now the president priorities are not on the handout, but all the other ones are. So if you want to go ahead and choose your 3.
Have you went back on the student thing? Because I'm still looking at the question following the game.
That one?
No, ma'am. No, the ship game that you got pulled up on the Nearpod. I'm looking at the question that follows the game, not the game itself.
Oh, just get out of Nearpod. I'll let you back in later. You don't need it right now. The Nearpod question was at the end. Like, we're just not going to do that right now.
How do we go to the ship?
We're not there yet. Are you right here on this page?
No, I don't see that.
Okay, I'll start back.
On the ship and then you took it off.
Yeah, I don't want y'all in Nearpod. If you'll just go to a different browser window and type in fiscalship.org. I'll put that website in the chat feature. Oh, why are we choosing 3 goals? Oh, that's just the game. You have to choose 3 goals for the game. I'm just going to choose 3 side by side. But do not press let's go yet. Oh, are we choosing 3 goals? Yes, you got to choose 3 goals for the game. And again, I usually give this handout to the students, or you can upload it in, Canvas or Google Classroom, so you don't have to make the handouts, because some students are going to need to read more about what each one entails. Like they may read strengthen social safety net and not really know what that means. So it says, you believe it's important for the federal government to give a hand up to those in poverty and protect those at risk of falling down in the income ladder. All right. So strengthen national defense and things like that. So that's why I always give students access to this so they can sort of kind of read up on their goals.
Are we choosing 3 goals from your screen on your ship?
Yeah, no, you don't have to do mine. Do whichever 3 you want. I just did 3 side by side.
Okay.
And look, if you add one, I'm changing mine. You can click off of it and then do whichever ones you want. Well, remove.
But it's on your Zoom screen that we're choosing them from, right?
Yeah, don't choose my 3 though.
No, I'm not choosing your 3, but
Okay. Yeah, just choose 3 of your own from these are the same from the PDF handout and this website. It's all the same.
Okay.
The PDF handout just explains a little bit more of the goal and what it means. Like if you want it to shrink government, this is what it means, if you weren't quite sure what that meant.
Okay, once we go to the website and pull up the fiscal ship, then what do we do?
Okay, I'm going to start over. Here we go. All right, so you'll click new game. And I'm just going to put CW. I usually have my students put first initial, last name. And I'm going to mute it. There, okay. And then just go past that. Now click choose my own.
So I need to click, what should we call you? Put that in and click play?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's get started.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Choose my own.
And then you can select your 3 from there. Don't do Fiscal Hulk though, because I'm telling y'all, it's a nightmare. I've just now realized that this past year.
And click let's go.
You can just hold, if you do, just sort of kind of stay there for a second, don't do anything else.
That's fine.
All right. I'll just do these 3. All right, so once you have your 3 selected, now this is like, usually students look at this and they're like, whoa, this is a lot. Well, it is. I have done this in the past, but I really think it's a waste of printing paper out. They have all these different policy options that you can choose from. So let's say your goal was to fight climate change. The first thing you should do is look at energy and the environment, because that deals with climate change, and see what you can do that would fight climate change. I gave this to students one time and there's no need because it overwhelms them. So I'm going to minimize this and just show you what I'm talking about. So the goal of the game, I'm just going to get off this, is you got to bring down, if you look, there is a line that cuts up, a solid white line. That needs to be brought down to your dotted target line in the dead center. And by doing that, you've got to get more tax revenue and you've got to cut spending, all right? Because that's the fiscal part. But to end the game, you've got to meet your 3 goals. So to the right, I just clicked 3 that were side by side. And you can see these 3 stars. You've got to have 3 stars for all of those in order to end the game. And then when the game ends, it'll say, hey, you met all 3 of your goals, congratulations. And then that is what the students, they take a screenshot, or you can see there's a little save button. You can save a PDF and they can upload that PDF or whatever. So I've had students before try to end the game before their goals are met, and I gave them the grade based on what, like, I just don't give you a completion grade if your goals aren't met. So you just play around with them. For example, invest in the future is one. So I'm going to go and look under education. All right. And see here, if we want to invest in the future, let's look at increased teacher salary. So if you put your cursor over that, you can see that the deadline actually goes up when it needs to go down. So the orange line shows you what's going to happen if you choose that one. Well, let's say I'm thinking about it. Well, there's the explanation of what it would do. There are some arguments for doing that, and there are some arguments against doing that. So if you want to teach debate or whatever, there you go. But let's say, I'm going to choose that anyway. So I'm going to click choose. My deadline went up, but look at my goal. It's going up, which means I'm going to start, if that green arrow is going up, then I'm working towards achieving my green stars. Preschool for 4-year-olds. Let's check that out and see what happens. Well, my debt went up a little bit. I didn't shrink government, but I did invest. So now you're beginning to see I have 2 goals that are going to clash. Well, let's try to look at some more here. I'm just going to click and go real quick just to sort of kind of see. All right, that may shrink government, but that's going to contradict my invest in the future. So that's why students sort of kind of have to start back over, because they're like, okay, this isn't quite working. Invest in the future just doesn't mean education. Let's see, maybe it means something else. So basically, students just sit here and look at all these different policies, and I'm just going to randomly choose some. Let's see what this one to do. And let's say they chose a policy that they weren't happy with. All right, now, okay, so I just chose one. You can see how my shrink government got 1 star. But my invest in the future is not looking great.
Hello.
But if you, let's say I want to go back to my plan. Wait, no, you don't want to submit plan. Go to view my plan. And you can, from here, delete some that maybe I don't want to do anymore. All right, so you can go, and right now I just randomly clicked on these things. By deleting that one, my tax cutter, I got an arrow going up. So if you do this, you do need to allocate some time. I'm just going to randomly click. See what we got going on. So you can see my deadline when I said increase infrastructure spending, just that one thing was enabled me to get 2 stars on my invest in the future goal, but that deadline shot up when it needed to come down. So I may be meeting my goal, but I'm not being fiscally responsible on that end. So what I want you to do for the next 20, 30 minutes is see if you can get your goals met. And then I'll give you the new Nearpod code to finish this part, but just play around with it. There are tons of worksheets you can use with this. I think the best thing is just the PowerPoint that walks you through everything and then just playing it yourself. But as long as you don't choose Fiscal Hulk, you should be good. Choosing Fiscal Hulk will make you do all kinds of crazy clicking because it contradicts pretty much every other goal. I'm going to stop sharing just for a second so I can.
Get back. Go get Lemare. Stop. Hmm? What? Shh, shh, shh.